David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army, retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the Correctional Facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety.
For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army, retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the Correctional Facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety.
For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety.
For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety. For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army, retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety. For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Armin Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army, retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety. For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Armin Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army, retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety. For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army, retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the Correctional Facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety. For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us.
Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety.
We have the county manager. Everybody's here. I would like to call the July 25th regular Board of County Commissioners meeting to order. It's 2:31, and could I please have a roll call?
Yes, Madam Chair. Commissioner Anna Hamilton. Here. Commissioner Hank Hughes.
Present.
Commissioner Justin Green.
Here.
Commissioner Camila Bustamante.
Present.
Chair Anna Hansen.
Present.
You have quorum, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Next, we will do the Pledge of Allegiance, State Pledge, Oga Poogie Awenge Land Acknowledgement, and Moment of Reflection by Public Works Department Andreas Lujan. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and the State Pledge. To the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. I salute the flag of the state of New Mexico and the sea symbol of perfect friendship among united cultures. I acknowledge that this land and this county building in Santa Fe County is on the original homeland of the Tewa people, and that the city is also known as Oga Poogie Awenge, White Shell Watering Place. And I think it's important that we have these land acknowledgements as we do live on sacred land. Next, I would like to ask Andreas Lujan from Public Works, please. Welcome. You need to wait a second.
Oh, sorry. We restart then. Let us take a moment to focus on the work ahead of us today, being ever mindful of our decisions and in the best interest of our community. We take a moment of silence.
I also want to take a moment of silence for Eric Witt, one of our community members, someone who has worked for Santa Fe County, who has worked for the state of New Mexico, and his loss is extremely devastating to all of us here. He was only 61 years old, and we want to extend our condolences to his family, Lee Witt, and all of them, and his wife, Mary. Thank you. Would anyone else like to say anything? Thank you. Next, we'll go on to approval of the agenda. Manager Schaefer, do we have any changes to the agenda?
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. The initial agenda for today's meeting was posted on Tuesday, July 18th at approximately 5:53 p.m. An amended agenda was posted on Friday, July 21st, more than 72 hours in advance of today's meeting as required by the Open Meetings Act. In terms of substantive changes to the agenda itself, item 3B, approval of a letter from the Board of County Commissioners in support of the Espanola Pathways Village Traditional Housing Project was added to the agenda.
I didn't know my thing was on. Shut up.
That wasn't me.
We know that.
Under matters from the county attorney and executive session, item numbers 5 through 7 were added to the agenda, but we'd like to withdraw item number 6, road settlement agreement with San Ildefonso Pueblo, to a future meeting of the board. And finally, public hearings, item 12B, a resolution adopting the Santa Fe County Affordable Housing Plan, was added to the agenda. So those were the changes from the agenda as initially posted through today. And again, we're asking to withdraw item number 6 from the executive session agenda to a future meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. What's the pleasure of the board?
Madam Chair, I move to approve the agenda as specified.
Second.
I have a motion from Commissioner Hamilton, a second from Commissioner Green. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. We have an agenda. And next, we will go on to item 1H, years of service, retirement, and new hires. Manager Schaefer.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We do want to recognize, again, those who are starting their careers with Santa Fe County, as well as those who have recently ended their careers with Santa Fe County through retirement, and then finally those who are recognizing significant milestones with the county in terms of their years of service. We'll do them in the order of years of service, new hires, and retirements. In terms of those who are observing 5, 10, and 15-year anniversaries with the county, at the 5-year mark, we have Christopher Chappelle in the Water Utility Division, Angelica Mendoza in the Adult Corrections or Detention Facility, Patrick Romero in the Maintenance Division of the Corrections Department, and Joseph Barella in the Housing Authority Division of the county. We have 3 people who are recognizing 10-year anniversaries with the county. Larice Griego in the Housing Authority Division of the county, Frederick Archuleta in Fleet Service and Public Works, and Clay Collison in the Sheriff's Department. We have 5 individuals who are recognizing their 50-year anniversaries with the county, all in the fire department, actually. Robert Gabaldon, Frank Gallegos, William Graves, Melissa Moya, and Jeremiah Sandoval, are all recognizing their 15-year anniversary with the county, all starting on the same date. In terms of new hires for June of 2023, we have 2 in the Corrections Department, both case managers. Pilar, I believe that is Hain, Natalie Lopez. We have 1 new employee in the County Assessor's Department, Donna Delgado, and 1 new employee in the Human Resources Division of the County Manager's Office, Angel Laranaga. We have 2 hires in the Health and Human Services Department or Community Services Department. That's Danielle Miera and Devin Roybal. In our Public Works Department, we have a new project manager, Robert Lambert. Also in the Public Works Department, Hector Horta Hamey has joined the team as a vehicle mechanic, and we're pleased to get some support to our RECC director and welcome Frankie Gonzalez to the RECC as a deputy director. And finally, we have 2 sheriff's deputy, a cadet, and a sheriff's deputy 3, and Joshua Thomas and Rudy Vallejo. And finally, would just note for the record that Robert Griego did complete his retirement, as the board has previously recognized, on July 14th. So again, please join me in welcoming our new hires, recognizing the continued and continuous service of those who are celebrating significant anniversaries with the county, and wishing Robert Griego all the best in his retirement. Thank you.
Thank you, Manager Schaefer. Yes, welcome to all the new hires. Congratulations to our fire department and housing and administration and maintenance and public works for retaining these employees, and we are grateful to continue to have your service at the county. Last but not least, we will all miss Robert Griego very much, but we wish him the best in retirement. Any other comments from commissioners? Okay, thank you very much. Next, we will go on to employee of the second quarter 2023, Manager Schaefer.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. So the purpose of the Employee of the Quarter program is to recognize employees who make a significant contribution to Santa Fe County during the previous 3-month period. The significant contribution may include providing excellent service to our constituents, developing and implementing new programs that will benefit our organization, providing exemplary performance to Santa Fe County in their daily job performance, demonstrating a willingness to work above and beyond the call of duty, or another contribution which the nominator believes to be important to recognize. The process for selecting the countywide employee of the quarter begins with the designated recognition teams selecting one department elected office employee of the quarter for their group, and then these department elected office employees of the quarter are then considered for the countywide employee of the quarter award. And what I would like to do, Madam Chair and Commissioners, is go ahead and read through the entire list of nominees, as well as the comments that were provided by the nominator for each of the nominated employees. Once that's been concluded, think it would be appropriate for the board to make any comments that you would wish to the entire assembled group. And then once that's accomplished, I'll go ahead and announce the winner of the countywide Employee of the Quarter Award, at which point the board can take photo or have photos taken with all of the nominees and the countywide award winner. So I'll start with, from the Public Safety Group, Jennifer Horta, the Department Administrator for RECC. Jennifer has played a major role in the smooth transition for the new RECC Director. She has led numerous projects and assignments and shows respect and professionalism to all county staff, emergency responders, and the public. She displays dedication to RECC by ensuring that her duties as department administrator are met while also assisting on the dispatch floor. She is consistently going above and beyond her typical tasks to provide assistance that is needed for the RECC director. So Jennifer, if you want to please come forward at this time. From the Community Services Group, Travis Darnell was nominated. He is a cook's assistant and driver for the group. His department reports that Travis has shown love and concern for the Edgewood community and the careful and thoughtful way he treats the senior citizens. Travis is an amazing coworker and team member and is always willing to assist in whatever way he can. He consistently receives praise from the elder community members he serves in Edgewood. He is a role model and perfect example of what it means to serve the community. So Travis, if you're present, if you could please come forward. Moving on to the Public Works Group, we have Camille Garay Chavez, who's an administrative assistant. Camille has great attention to detail and is extremely thorough when reviewing approximately 300 invoice packets per month. She is so good at quality control that she has been asked to review packets for other staff, and she has gladly taken on the extra work without complaining. Camille's great work ethic, quality of work, and great attention to detail are a great reflection of what we are striving for in the Public Works Department. And I'm looking to see if Camille is present. Okay, strike two. But I see the sheriff's office is in the house, so now we're really going to hit the jackpot. With regard to the sheriff's office, my understanding is there are 4 names that are going to be brought forward, and the undersheriff, if he'd like, can speak to this. But the sheriff's office, as different parts of the county have struggled with some staffing-related issues, and all 4 of the individuals who were nominated from the sheriff's office as a team stepped up to assist the office in navigating and working through those vacancies while the sheriff's office continues to recruit to find capable team members to fill those vacancies. So rather than singling out one individual person, the sheriff's office requested that they be able to recognize 4 individuals who, again, each stepped up in some way in order to help manage through those vacancies. So I'll start with Clarissa Garcia, who's an accountant senior. Clarissa has revamped processes, cleaned up deficiencies. She manages numerous large grants and has assumed the financial duties of the vacant accountant technician position. Clarissa takes her position with great seriousness and ensures all tasks are completed timely. Clarissa has a reputation as a true professional and has developed strong working and professional relationships with finance department staff and vendors. So is Clarissa present, Undersheriff? Thank you. We also have Marissa, I believe it is Papel, from the crime scene technician in the sheriff's office. Marissa was recently an active participant in a case involving an overwhelming amount of evidence, while also taking on the responsibilities of the vacant evidence specialist position without complaint. Marissa is positive, has a professional attitude, and is respectful of county and law enforcement policies. So Marissa, if you are present, could you please come forward? We also have Justine Calabaza from the sheriff's office, who is a records clerk lead. Justine has kept up her daily work and eliminated the backlog regarding records while taking on extra duties to cover the vacant records clerk position. Justine's dedication and willingness to work extra hours has helped maintain the daily function of the records division. And then finally, we have Ana Perez, a secretary senior in the sheriff's office. Ana has kept up her daily work and eliminated a backlog in the records division while taking on extra duties to cover the vacant records clerk positions. Her dedication and willingness to work extra hours has helped maintain the daily function of the records division. So what I very much appreciate about the Employee of the Quarter program is that it really allows management as well as the Board of County Commissioners to highlight the fact that we have a very diverse workforce, and there is a job at the county for almost any skill set and any interest and passion that folks might have, number one. Number two, everybody's role in the county, whether it's records and evidence in the Sheriff's Department, to administrative support in Public Works, to really being the person that touches our seniors in terms of being a cook's assistant or a driver, to being a department administrator. It takes everybody doing their level best for the county to function at the level that we need it to function. And so it is always for those reasons that this part of our monthly or on a quarterly basis, our meetings, has a tremendous amount of significance to me as county manager. So again, congratulations to everybody who was nominated for their group. And I'll pause here if the board has anything that they would like to say to the nominees who are present and who are not.
Madam Chair, may I? Pardon me.
I just want to commend you and thank you for bringing your excellence to the county and for sharing your excellence and what you strive for to your colleagues, to those people that we serve. You make me proud. You make me proud to be of your servants and proud for knowing that the taxpayers are well served in the work that you do. I'm so grateful. So thank you. Thank you for being an example, and congratulations.
Thank you, Commissioner Bustamante. I couldn't have said it better myself. Thank you. Any other comments? Commissioner Green?
Just keep it short and say thank you. So thank you very much, guys.
Commissioner Hughes?
Yeah, thank you, and I think Commissioner Bustamante put it very eloquently.
Commissioner Hamilton?
Yes, I think Commissioner Bustamante put it so eloquently. No, but I liked Tolkien, and one of the characters said something about the value of praise from the praiseworthy, and I think the county is full of so many wonderful people that if you guys were nominated as outstanding examples within a group of really high-quality people, that's really something, and you should be very, very proud of that, and I'm very proud to be associated with it. Thank you.
Thank you. Likewise, I feel the same way. As I have said numerous times from up here, we would be nothing without the employees of Santa Fe County. They are what make this county great, and so I want to thank you all from the bottom of my heart. So please continue, Manager Schaefer.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. And the Countywide Employee of the Quarter Award goes to Jennifer Horta from RECC. Congratulations.
Jennifer, would you like to say anything? You don't have to, but we would love it if you would.
I too will keep it short and simple. I am honored to have been nominated, and you are all correct. The county is full of amazing people. I've only been in this position for approximately 1.5 years, and that's been thanks to a lot of the people that I work with and that have helped me along the way, so thank you.
Thank you very much. Congratulations. Would you like to say anything? We love accountants. We need more of them.
No, like Jennifer said, it's been an honor to be nominated, and we all put in a lot of hard work, so it's a It's an honor. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, thank you so much for your service to the county.
So then if you could assemble for a picture so that we could put that on the SharePoint site for everyone to see, that'd be great.
Once again, thank you to all the Santa Fe County employees for all the great work that you continue to do every day in and out of this county. We are grateful. Next, I'm going to go on to item 2A, request approval of the June 20th, 23 Board of County Commissioners special meeting minutes. Can I have a motion for approval?
Madam Chair, I move to approve the June 20th, 2023 minutes.
And I'll second that.
Okay, I have a motion from Commissioner Hughes, a second from Commissioner Green. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And next, item 2B, request approval of the June 26th Board of County Commissioners special meeting minutes.
Approve?
And I'll second that.
Okay, I have a motion from Commissioner Bustamante and a second from Commissioner Green. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Next, request approval of the June 27th, 2023 Board of County Commissioners regular meeting minutes.
And I'll move to approve those.
Second. Okay, I have a motion from Commissioner Green, a second from Commissioner Hughes. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. We're done with the minutes. Next, we will go on to item 3A, request approval of letter from the Board of County Commissioners to the Federal Housing Finance Agency, support for the implementation of federal tenant protections. Commissioner Hank Hughes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. So this is a letter to that the Federal Housing Finance Agency is requesting comment on possibility of them putting some regulations in place for renter protections for multifamily housing that they finance. I think it's a very clever way to get some renter protections into the works. They fund quite a few multifamily housing projects around the country, including in Santa Fe and Albuquerque and elsewhere in New Mexico. I had a lot of help writing this letter from Enrique Romero at the Attorney's Office, as well as Jordan Barella, our housing director. And Jordan noted that we do have trouble getting vouchers placed, and also that people are experiencing very high increases in rents. So the two things we highlighted in this letter were that we would like source of income protections, which means that landlords who accept FHFA funding would not be allowed to refuse people housing simply because they were bringing a voucher to the table or any other kind of subsidized income. And then the other thing that we highlighted in this letter was the need to limit rent increases to reasonable amounts when there are increases, which would be, perhaps tied to inflation, with allowable for higher increases when there's capital improvements to be made to a project, but not just, raise the rent because we can. And so if there's any questions, be happy to answer those. Otherwise, we would request the board to approve the letter. Commissioner Hamilton did note there was a typo on page 2, so Gabe Bustos just brought me a corrected letter. So the second word on page 2 is supposed to be holders, not holds.
Okay, so with that, do I have a motion to approve the letter? Would you like to make a motion, Commissioner Hughes?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to approve the letter.
And I'll second that. Oh.
Okay, so we have a motion from Commissioner Hughes, a second from Commissioner Green. Under discussion, I just want to say I'm honored to be able to sign this letter and send it off because I think it was really important. So thank you for putting this letter together. And all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Next is request approval of a letter from the Board of County Commissioners in support of the Espanola Pathway Shelter's Pathway Village Traditional Housing Project. Commissioner Green.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Santa Fe County has been involved with the Espanola Pathway Shelters over the last few years prior to my taking on this seat, but over the last 6 months since I have taken on this seat, I've built a relationship with many of the folks that are up at Pathway Shelter and watched what they're doing in great works up in the Espanola Valley. They've created a homeless shelter and now a transitional housing project that converted a vacant hotel into a transitional and supportive housing project up there. In the last year, in the last few months, we've helped them get money from the state through including them in their our ICIP list, and we helped them get about $710,000 to put in a new sewer line. And there is another significant amount of money that is being requested through a Casas Connection grant that is running through the governor's office. This is a letter of support towards getting this money through the Casas Connection grant, and they're doing great work up there, and I hope that we can all support this letter.
Any comments from the board?
Madam Chair, I just want to say the Espanola Pathway Shelter is a great group and we should support everything they do.
Madam Chair, I'm in concurrence. I want to thank Commissioner Green, and I know that Commissioner Hughes has done some work with this group as well, and it is an incredibly worthy project. What we have an opportunity to support and seeing people move from places in their lives where they would otherwise just contribute to the recidivism problem, be it from a judicial standpoint or in SUD recovery. Projects such as these give people hope and move people forward when they're willing to commit. So I'm grateful, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to support it.
Commissioner Green, would you like to make a motion?
Absolutely. Thank you, Madam Chair. I request that the Board of County Commissioners approve this letter. I make a motion that we approve this letter of support for the Espanola Pathway Shelter application for the Casas Connection grant.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion from Commissioner Green, a second from Commissioner Hughes. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
I'm also honored to be able to sign this letter, and thank you, Commissioner Green, for bringing it forward.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I know some folks from Pathway Shelter are here and might want to speak in thanks, and if you give them a moment, they might feel
briefly.
Very briefly. Mateo, are you here, please?
Okay. No, turn on, you got to push the little, so it's green.
There we go. Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Commissioners. I'm just overwhelmed with how much support that you all have given, and it's nice to be able to inform the community of the Espanola Valley how much support has been coming from our partners here. And in the time, I just heard you appreciate your staff, and your staff has been amazing with all this. and we look forward to your oversight and, producing a product that you can all be very happy with. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Mateo.
Good luck with the grant.
Okay, thank you very much. Next, we will move on to the consent agenda. Is there anything on the consent agenda that anyone would like to pull off to have further discussion? Hearing none, what's the pleasure of the board?
Move to approve the consent agenda as stated.
Second.
I have a motion from Commissioner Green, a second from Commissioner Hamilton. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you very much. Number 5, appointments and reappointments. I see none. Next, we'll go on to item 6, miscellaneous action items. Next is a request authorization to publish title and general summary. An ordinance repealing and replace Santa Fe County's 2018-8, thereby updating the Santa Fe County Fire Code by adopting with modifications the 2021 edition of the International Fire Code. Welcome, Jama.
Madam Chair, before you continue that item, should we get resolution numbers?
Oh, that would be a good idea.
Okay. For item A076, B077, F078, G079, H080, and I081. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Jama. Welcome.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, the Santa Fe County Fire Department respectfully requests that the Board authorize publication of title and general summary of an ordinance repealing and replacing Santa Fe County Ordinance 2018-8, thereby updating the Santa Fe County Fire Code by adopting with modifications the 2021 edition of the International Fire Code, adopting with modifications the 2021 edition of the International Wild and Urban Interface Code, regulating fireworks and excessive fire alarms, requiring fire inspections, providing for fire protection systems plan reviews, and providing for the issuance of permits and collection of fees. We also would like to respectfully request one public hearing to be set on August 29th, 2023. A little bit of background. On the 27th of June of this year, the Santa Fe County Fire Department presented to the Board of County Commissioners an overview of the New Mexico Fire Code minimum requirements, the Insurance Service Office rating impact on code adoption, and the benefits our county may gain from updating the Santa Fe County Fire Code. On November 2022, the State Fire Marshal's Office adopted the ICC International Fire Code 2021 edition to establish and develop strong relationships with all stakeholders while enforcing the approved fire and life safety standards and laws in a diligent, fair, and consistent manner. This rule establishes the state's minimum requirements that apply to structures, processes, premises, and safeguards regarding the hazard of fire and explosion arising from the storage, handling, or use of structures, materials, or devices, conditions hazardous to life, property, or public welfare in the occupancy of structures or premises, fire hazards in the structure or on the premises from occupancy or operation, matters related to the construction, extension, repair, alteration, or removal of fire protection systems, and conditions affecting the safety of firefighters and emergency responders during emergency operations. In addition, ISO's Fire Suppression Rating Schedule, Section 1021, considers whether the jurisdiction adopts and enforces the latest edition of one of the nationally recognized fire prevention codes. For full credit in Section 2021, a jurisdiction must adopt and enforce the latest edition of one of the nationally recognized fire prevention codes. And finally, this adoption would revise the current Santa Fe County Fire Code and add more commercial occupancies to the annual fire inspection program and other critical fire and life safety mitigation measures. Thank you for your attention, and with that, I stand for any questions.
Are there any questions from the board? Commissioner Green?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Once we adopt this, obviously we have another round of this. When would the effective date be for this?
The public hearing?
Yeah,
Madam Chair, Commissioner Green, August 29th.
August 29th. Thank you. And then
That would not be the effective date. That would be the day
the date, okay.
that we hear it, and then it's 30 days
30 days after that. Okay, great. Thank you. And then does this ordinance and do these guidelines have anything, do they include anything for lithium-ion batteries or any of these new technologies that are working in the energy space?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Green, yes, we actually went above and beyond and adopted by your adoption, the NFPA 855 standard, which regulates electrical energy storage systems safety regulation. Two of the main salient points of that NFPA that has not been adopted currently anywhere else is fire suppression systems in these installations, and also the fact that they would be required to train local first responders on how to fight those fires.
Okay, and is there a capacity threshold? Like, is it one Tesla firewall, or not firewall, but a power wall, or is it a large capacity system that would be regulated for fire suppression and things like that?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Green, we're talking about large installations, and anything in between.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Hamilton?
Well, I don't actually have any questions. We spent some time talking about it. I just wanted to really thank both the chief and assistant chief and everybody who worked with them for doing all the work on this, because it actually is really advancing our cause in terms of having appropriate regulations and trying to improve the way things are done. And so there was a lot of thought put into this, which I really, really appreciated. And I wouldn't mind making a motion to approve.
Go ahead.
Okay, I'll make a motion to approve.
I wouldn't mind seconding it.
Well, go ahead.
Okay, go ahead.
So I seconded.
So we have a motion from
You're such a smart.
Commissioner Hamilton to publish title and general summary of an ordinance repealing and replacing Santa Fe County Ordinance Number 2018-08, thereby updating the Santa Fe County Fire Code by adopting with modifications the 2021 edition of the International Fire Code, adopting with modifications the 2021 edition of the International Wildland Urban Interface Code, regulating fireworks and excessive fire alarms, requiring fire inspections, providing for fire protection system plan review, and providing for the issuance of permits and collection of fees. All those in favor, please say aye. Do I need a roll call vote for publishing title and general? Okay. So all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. It's now on the books and it can be put out there for everyone to review.
Thank you.
Thank you for all your hard work on this. We're all grateful.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we'll go on to item 6B. An ordinance repealing and replacing ordinance number 1989-2 and amending ordinance number 2021 to update and define property nuisance abatement and provide a clean and lean enforcement process. Welcome, Esteban Sanchez.
Madam Chair, thank you. So as you've just stated, what's on the agenda for today is voting on the ordinance to repeal and place those previous ordinances, the junk vehicle ordinance and our current public nuisance ordinance, to update and define property nuisance abatement and provide for a clean and lean enforcement process. Since the last meeting on June 27th, after additional comments were received, we've made a couple small changes. The first is in section B4 of 3B4, I'm sorry, excessive vegetation or invasive or nuisance plants and weeds. And that section has been changed to include the language that to meet the definition, that vegetation must threaten public health or safety, such as plants or weeds that obstruct the view or access of any public right-of-way. Also, we have modified the mechanical equipment, trailers, construction equipment, mobile home, and recreational vehicle section. We took out the word substantial. And lastly, in the enforcement section on abatement, we have once again modified what standards should be met before abatement action can be taken by the board. As it currently reads, in addition to finding that the property is a public nuisance, the board must find that the nuisance poses a threat to public health, safety, or well-being. So I think trying to reach a middle ground there between the concerns of the members of this board. That being said, I think a public hearing is being held, so I'll stand for any questions that the board has.
Thank you, Esteban. Are there any other questions from the board? Commissioner Hughes?
Not a question. I just want to thank Esteban for putting a lot of time into this, and everyone else who helped Commissioner Hamilton with her comments, the people who came to the public hearing. I think if the ordinance isn't perfect, it must be almost perfect by now by all the work that has gone into tweaking the here and there. But I think it is also very important because we do have properties that need, unfortunately, the full force of this ordinance. Thank you.
Commissioner Hamilton?
Yeah, I really do want to thank you, Stefan, and everybody else, Jeff, and who really took comments seriously in terms of thinking about how to address them and what was a good, happy medium. And I really respect the effort that was put into that and appreciated the whole process.
So likewise, I completely agree. This is something I have wanted for the last 4 or 5 years. And so I am really happy to see us updating what we had on the books, because that was not adequate for our code enforcement officers. And I hope now that we have given them the ability to actually be able to enforce what they feel like they need to be able to do with this ordinance. So I am really grateful for your hard work, both everyone in the county's attorney's office, County Attorney Jeff Young, and Esteban Sanchez. Thank you so much. These are hard ordinances to do, and I think, like Commissioner Hughes said, we have spent the time to really try to get it as close to perfect as we could, or as close to a good compromise, which is what we as elected officials are responsible to do, and make sure that our constituents are protected with their public health and safety. So with that, if I could please have
Actually, I have a question.
Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner.
Madam Chair, and I'm grateful as well, and actually did not have as many questions or maybe concerns until they were brought to my attention about how this resolution, this ordinance could, could bring, what's the word I'm looking for, but things that are less of a nuisance, but maybe more of an irritation and could have it overblown. And as we're agreeing that this isn't perfect, and the way I've read it, it looks, if others are comfortable, I feel much better because it was brought to my attention from someone else, as I stated. And as we go, and if it is misused, I do think of some words that were said to me earlier about maybe not having a commission that would have the same sense, that at some point someone would say, well, it's just an ugly mobile home, and we just don't, at what point and how it would be addressed to be refined and made a better ordinance so that people aren't just arbitrarily being attacked by unhappy neighbors. So I say this in in that I do actually appreciate the work and the effort and the time that's been put into this, acknowledging that there is opening in the future if in fact there are elements of it that would need to be revisited to make sure that these windows for sort of just beating someone over the head with something is, oh, I know what we'll use, it's a nuisance. And I just want to make sure that I acknowledge that out loud, and that we do acknowledge that in its passing that perfection is a difficult thing to get to, and that we do need to get to something that helps us address those problems, as we have heard numerous examples, and they're not just in the two commissioners' areas that were disclosed. They're all over the county of, we can't do anything about it because there is no authority by the CEOs to actually address that, and this puts those tools into their hands. So I just want to acknowledge that in the future there would be opportunity to make any revisions if identified or as identified in that interest. Thank you for the opportunity to share that.
I'm going to go to Commissioner Green.
Just for a quick comment, Madam Chair, thank you very much. Thank you for putting this together. Thank you to the commissioners. Thank you for legal staff. I'm sure the code enforcement officers and land use had a lot of insight into this as well. Since this came forward a month ago, I've been made aware of use cases that are going to come forward in my district. So I'm sure we have some long legacy properties that have been problematic, and you know, in my district, one of the homes actually caught fire in the last few months, and somebody mentioned that in fact this could have solved the problem if we had gone in there previously. So this is not just a nuisance, but it actually can come to become something dangerous. So thank you for bringing this forward, guys. Cheers.
And I also want to thank having Commissioner Hughes as a partner to bring this forward was really good, and I'm grateful to be able to work with you on this. With that, I would like to know if you would like to make a motion.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I'll make a motion that we pass the ordinance repealing and replacing ordinance number 1989-2 and amending ordinance number 2009-11 to update and define property nuisance abatement and provide for a clean and lean enforcement process.
Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion from Commissioner Hughes, a second from Commissioner Bustamante. This is a roll call vote, so may I please have a roll call?
Forgive me. Commissioner Anna Hamilton.
Yes.
Commissioner Hank Hughes.
Yes.
Commissioner Justin Green.
Yes.
Commissioner Camila Bustamante.
Yes.
Chair Anna Hansen.
Yes. Grateful.
Would you like an ordinance number, Madam Chair?
I would.
Ordinance number 2023-04.
Thank you once again, County Attorney staff, Esteban and Jeff, for everything. Okay.
Madam Chair, if I could make one more quick comment. Well, you thanked me, but I wanted to thank you because once you got involved is when this really started moving. So I really appreciated, like when you started helping me push it along.
I'm always happy to push things along. Next we will go on. So thank you, everybody. This is an important ordinance that we just passed. Next we'll go on to item number 7, presentations. And I want to welcome, yes, please come forward. You're not the name I have here, but that's, you have to excuse me. I got a, Nate, yes. I'm sorry, I just got off a plane last night. I'm still recovering. So welcome, Nate, nice to see you. And
just waiting for the slideshow. Well, good afternoon, Madam Chair and County Commissioners. I also got off a plane a few days ago, too, so I know the feeling.
Good.
So I'm here to present, this is an informational presentation about the Santa Fe Food Policy Council priorities, an overview of the New Mexico Food, Farm, and Hunger Initiative, as well as some upcoming events we have planned. And so I'm one of the county staff representatives, and my position in the county is community planner in the Growth Management Department Planning Division. And I'm also joined by several council members, including Pam Roy, Sue Perry, and Sherry Hooper. And then also Haji Miller is not an official member, but he's working along step with us in many different things. All right, so the council top nutrition and food program priorities include school meal programs, senior meal programs, intergenerational meals, local food procurement for youth and elder meal programs, as well as food production and infrastructure. And so now I'm moving on to this New Mexico Food, Farm, and Hunger Initiative. And so the central goal of that initiative is to cultivate a just food system that measurably reduces hunger, provides equitable access to nutritious, culturally meaningful foods, and honors the wisdom of our land-based tradition. And the goals include community food programs that integrate and innovate New Mexico's hunger relief and nutrition security efforts so resources can be optimized for health equity and efficiency. Our next goal is New Mexico Grown, that invests in New Mexico producers through the intentional and value-based expansion of New Mexico's farms to institution programs. The next goal is Supply Chain, through inventory and immeasurably improving food supply chain infrastructure to address gaps, weak linkages, and regulatory roadblocks. And the final goal of the initiative is sustainability, working with the legislature and other partners to create a sustainable financial model to support our mission. And so state budget is a tool for policy change. And so before the session, as you can see, there wasn't as much funding. There's $15 million initially in the state agency request and around $24.5 million for executive recommendation. And through the impact of the legislative session, we were able to get $24.7 million through the General Appropriations Act funding for the Food, Farm, and Hunger Initiative. And so to kind of break that down and what that means for that $24.7 million, so here are some of the highlights. And so some of the highlights include 3,025 more seniors are going to be receiving food boxes. 1,960 households will have increased access to fresh produce. 9,975 additional children will be served in new or expanded summer or after-school nutrition programs. 17,500 food insecure college students are served. 150,000 grown food through the New Mexico Grown program, as well as 219 additional farmers are trained and approved to sell to schools, preschools, senior centers, and grocery stores. And finally, it will also support 64 additional healthy soil projects. And so in addition to the Farm, Food, and Hunger Initiative food activities, and so it's a total of $116 million through $58 million in new investment, $24 in capital junior and agency funds, $23 million in recurring funds, and $11 million in one-time funds. And so as the Santa Fe Food Policy Council, our central role is kind of local food advocacy. And so advocacy helps shine a light on critical issues that might otherwise go unnoticed. By raising awareness, advocates inform the public, policymakers, and relevant stakeholders about important problems and their potential solutions. It helps create a sense of urgency and prompts action. And furthermore, advocacy can shape public policies and decision-making processes. By engaging with policymakers, legislators, and government officials, advocates can provide evidence, share perspectives, and propose solutions to address societal challenges. Their efforts can result in policy changes, amendments, or the introduction of new laws that address the needs and concerns of communities. And so, taking a step back to our mission for the Food Policy Council is we're devoted to creating and maintaining a root. Just a little background that was also covered in the memo is we were established in 2008 as a joint council through the city of Santa Fe as well as Santa Fe County. And where the members encompass both city and county representatives, tribal communities, emergency food programs, agriculture, nutrition education, as well as for the PEM. We'll be doing a farm tour at Reunity September 27th for the Board of County Commissioners as well as city councilors. And then a couple weeks after that, we will be having a food summit sometime in October, date to be determined. And there we will involve local policymakers such as you, as well as local farmers and other people, other stakeholders in the food economy. And so that's everything. Thank you so much for letting me talk about the Food Policy Council, and we stand for any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Nate. I think this board is a huge supporter of this initiative, and we have been for obviously 15 years and probably longer, but it is really important that we continue to support this. You know, 1 year is not enough, clearly, and so it's great to see the presentation. I'm extremely excited that you're all going to come to my farm in my district, which I love, Reunity Resources, which I'm more than happy to promote at any time and anywhere and any day, no matter what. And that I get to hold my coffee and tea under the trees there is incredible pleasure. And I see that we have a number of people in the audience, but I'm going to go to my fellow commissioners to say a few words also. Commissioner Green.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Nate. And as a supporter of food security, some of you may or may not know, but I'm a big believer in food security as a basic need. And do what I can through my business interests and doing some things to support that as well. I do have one question that I ask about sort of the modern time crunch for families that I'm hearing more and more about. That sometimes it isn't food supplies that are the issue. Of course, that definitely helps for those that are in need, but it's the time crunch. And so I'm hearing that families are relying on fast food for its main purpose, which is fast, right? You know, it may not be healthy, but it is fast. And so for, you know, working families that don't have time to cook, is there potential to look at programs that might do healthier prepared meals for families so that we could expedite the time crunch and allow families to come home from work and spend less time in the kitchen that they may not have any time for, but more quality family time working on homework and other family things with prepared meals that are as healthy as we want them to be eating, and to provide them with that. Again, sourcing things locally, whether it's produce or meats and things like that, but also utilizing the expertise and the efficiencies that we have in prepared foods. And I see Sherry standing up, and I know there's the kids' kitchen that was operating. And I'm just wondering, you know, just to hear where those programs might go. And please.
Madam Chair, County Commissioners, thank you very much, Commissioner Green, for your question. The Food Depot is currently working on that.
Please introduce yourself.
I'm sorry?
Please introduce yourself. We all
I'm
know
so sorry.
who you are.
Doesn't everybody know me already?
We all know who you are, but there might be people out there who do not.
Thank you very much. My name is Sherry Hooper. I'm the Executive Director of the Food Depot, which is the food bank serving northern New Mexico. Thank you very much for the reminder, Madam Chair. The Food Depot is actually has a pilot program that we're looking at right now. We have an executive chef, Russell Johnson, who actually worked in our Kids Kitchen program. He's beginning to put together recipes that we'll be able to use for preparing meals. Those meals will be usually packaged and frozen, and then taken out on our either mobile bus, which is our food mobile. It's a bright blue bus, a former bookmobile, actually, of the state that we renovated. And we do have a new program that will start within the next couple of months. It's called Food Mobile 2.0, which is actually, it's a big one. It's a 56-foot trailer that expands out on the sides, creating a 900 square foot space that we have set up like a small grocery store. And with that, we'll go into neighborhoods, into tribal communities, into rural communities that have no resources, and into frontier communities, providing that grocery store experience for people in need. I bring that up because these frozen meals will be offered in those ways to people in need. Jobs to try and make ends meet. They have no time to prepare a nutritious meal, and so we hope to be able to provide that to them free of charge so that they're accessing a very nutritious meal for themselves and their children. Does that answer? We support tell us that they're afraid to cook because they are afraid they will leave the stove on and start a fire. They also are excited that we have so much fresh produce that we're providing through our programs, but they have let us know different programs, and that also by providing those frozen prepared nutritious meals, we'll be able to also reach seniors that need that help.
Wonderful.
Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Sherry. Commissioner Hughes?
Oh, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for the presentation and just to process their food and things like that. I heard about that when I first got elected, and I haven't heard much since, so I'm hoping that some of these things will be on the agenda for us to consider going forward. Is that the case? I hear Sherry.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your presentation. Thank you to the advocates who have also showed up to say advocacy and how critical and important. I'm so grateful for the work that you do, given the importance of local food. And it does need to be said as often as we can that we are eating local and that we do still food to make sure that they are also getting the healthiest food. So I am so grateful for your work. I see one of my most favorite people in the entire world in the audience, so thank you so much, dear you. So I am grateful for all that you do. I think it's incredibly, it couldn't be more important because it also ties us to our water and it maintains our need for production and ensuring that we keep our land growing food for whatever it may be used for in the interim, be it grapes, be it marijuana, whatever the case may be, in the long run to deprive future generations from their ability to grow local, healthy food would be absolutely the most immoral thing I can think of. So I'm absolutely grateful for your work, and thank you all for being here, sincerely.
Thank you, Commissioner Hamilton. Do you have anything? Okay. So once again, I'm always grateful to see all of you here. It's something we all share in common. And you're all welcome to my coffee and tea under the trees at the end of the month. So this month it's on sustainability. Next month it will be on the Caja del Rio. So please come and join us. But we all look forward to the farm tour on the 27th. So anything else, any other comments from the Food Depot or from food policy, but short and brief? I knew you two wouldn't resist the microphone.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair, Commissioners. I do want to make you aware as well that the Food Depot and the Food Policy Council are involved in a program in partnership with the New Mexico Department of Ag. And this is a statewide program that's federally funded, and it's called and the Food Depot is heading that up for the 5 food banks in the state to actually purchase New Mexico grown and produced food which will go to the food banks and be distributed to people in need. So Commissioner Bustamante, I know I would love to talk to you more about that because I know that that is a passion of yours. But we're very excited to be able to offer market prices to New Mexico growers and producers. And this is all actually a project that's part of the New Mexico, to be aware that that is a program as well. And of course, if you know farmers, ranchers that would like to be a part of that program, please have them reach out to me and we'll contact them. Thank you very much.
sincerely for your good work. Sincerely, thank you.
I'll go. Thank you. Sorry. One last detail, and I want to thank Nate so much for an excellent presentation. And I want to thank you all as commissioners. My name is Pam Roy. I am Executive Director of Farm to Table based here in Santa Fe. We also coordinate the New Mexico Food and Agriculture Policy Council and the Santa Fe City and County Food Policy Council. So it's a privilege to get to do this work from the leverage as a council to focus on what the needs are here and also how our state legislatures works and the federal farm bill that we're working on now. Hutch Miller is key to partnering with us at the Capitol, and as Sherry mentioned, federal funding that comes here to Madam Chair and Commissioner Green and Commissioner Bustamante in that presentation that Nate provided. We are one of 7 states in the nation that now have a healthy school meal for all students. So to your question, Commissioner, all students in New Mexico will have lunch available to them free of charge no matter what, so that students and parents themselves as well will be supported in that effort. And we are the only state that has a healthy component on the front end of that. So food service directors will be provided education and trainings and things like that towards using scratch cooking. This state is moving to scratch cooking, and that means that recurring funding that Nate mentioned, grown several $1 million in New Mexico grown funding specific to schools, senior centers, early daycare centers to be able to purchase New Mexico grown and raised. Now up to 40% of that can be New Mexico raised meats. There are some processed items that can be minimally processed in that package as well. So really a huge expansion in Santa Fe County, Santa Fe Public Schools, Moriarty, and several of the charter schools. Over $100,000 has been allocated to those schools for New Mexico grown. And we're seeing them use some of their own federal budgets as well, funding to buy local to add to that. And one last, Double Up Food Bucks, which is the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program. New Mexico, again, 2.3 million. New Mexico is a shining star in that because we've got great partners in this work, including you all. Thank you so much.
Madam Chair.
So on that note, the three of us were just at the National Association of Counties, which we all work on the Farm Bill there, but also this program and these programs that we at Santa Fe County are doing, I would like to see them being nominated for awards at the NACO level because it's important to share the work that we are doing in New Mexico. And even though we are a small, poor state, the work that we are doing, it has an incredible impact across the country. And the more we can share that, the more important it is. I also want to recognize Hachi for all his work on this, and thank you very much for keeping us up to date and aware of what's happening. And of course, Nate, for your great presentation. And I think one of the things that has been so successful is this Healthy Soils Project and educating people about that Healthy Soils Project. You know, a number of years ago, I tried to bring forward a resolution at NACO about healthy soils, and no one seemed to get it and doesn't seem to get what regenerative agriculture is. And I think that's something I expect the Farm Bill to be passed anytime soon. Because of the Congress that we have right now, but it does need to get passed, and so it might happen later or next year, or but it is something that the Congress does try to work on. So thank you for your work on that. And now I'll go to Commissioner Bustamante.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It just can't go without saying how important the work that Pam Roy has done over the decades. Sincerely, and this is real, being known you since high school, but really seeing the impact that you've had. And so I think in the interest of just really putting more of a reflection on the years and the effort, because this is something that you have been doing consistently for decades, and it has been so important. It makes such a huge difference, and it has made a difference already. Food policy councils were but a little shell, like it was nothing. It was a thing. I remember the first meeting where I attended, you and a group of interested parties, and you have taken this to something where I would say if not every county, at least almost every county, actively has some type of food policy initiative in a state that did not have food lines, soup lines during the Great Depression. You have kept a flashlight on the fact that we can grow food in areas that are not mega farmlands, like not the multi-100-acre corn and soy being, but those food policy efforts that really do bring food to a table. I'm so grateful for your good work, Pam Roy. I don't know any other way to say it. You are a precious resource. Gosh, I hate to.
Thank you, Commissioner Bustamante. I think we all feel that way about Pam Roy, Sherry Hooper, and everybody who works in this arena, because this is important work, but it's also hard work. And so thank you once again. And next we will go on. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Nate, very, very much, and Hachi and everybody for your dedication to this process. Next, we'll go on to matters of public concern. Since I see Daniel sitting there, it means I must have some people who would like to speak on matters of public concern.
Madam Chair, there are no users online that are indicating they'd like to speak.
So you sitting there is not a indication of that. Okay. Thank you, Danielle. So I'm going to close matters of public concern, as I don't see anyone in the audience. Next, I will go on to item 9, matters from the county manager, miscellaneous updates.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Wanted to make the board aware that Santa Fe County Community Development Department received a New Mexico Tourism Department Cooperative Advertising Award. The county's investment will be matched with approximately $260,000 through the Cooperative Marketing Program. This is one of the largest awards that the county has applied for and received to date. The county was amongst an unprecedented 47 applicant organizations who applied and were eager to partner with the New Mexico True brand through exciting new digital packages, content creation options, and innovative Flex Fund requests. So congratulations to the Community Development Department on that Cooperative Marketing Program Award. In addition, just wanted to remind the board as well as the public that the county fair will be held from August 2nd to the 5th at the county fairgrounds at 3229 Rodeo Road. It's a really great event. Strongly encourage you to attend and show support and appreciation for all of the many participants, especially members of the 4-H program who've invested a lot of money, time and effort into growing their animals, and it's a really rewarding experience to get the opportunity to talk to them after the auction and in the lead up to it. Finally, on a more somber note, did want to highlight that our fire conditions are worsening due to the fact that the county is in the middle of an extreme heat wave with near record temperatures. And we are expecting an atypical quote-unquote monsoon period to persist with unusually hot temperatures, frequent lightning, strong gusty downburst winds, and really localized heavy rainfall. So, we are continuing to monitor weather conditions, but do anticipate that things will get worse before they get better. Would just like to take this as an opportunity to remind folks that given these conditions, everyone should use caution with any outdoor flame, grilling, or recreational fires. Ensure proper vehicle maintenance, including tire inflation, trailer axles maintained, and keep tire chains up to avoid sparks. Refrain from any open burning to control vegetation, and be mindful when using small engines near vegetation. Avoid using fireworks. Make sure you extinguish cigarettes properly, and always endeavor to stay fire-wise. And it doesn't take much to start a brush fire, and we've had several in recent days and weeks, and they can get out of control quite rapidly. So it's incumbent upon all of us to do what we can to ensure that we're not the source of fires. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Manager Schaefer. So that brings us along to matters from county commissioners and other elected officials. And we can start perhaps at the other end with Commissioner Hamilton.
Thank you. I don't have anything at this time.
And then, so Commissioner Bustamante.
Thank you for the opportunity to reflect and share what our last week with our county clerk and Commissioner Green and Commissioner Hansen at NACO in Travis County. It was very informative. It was a very good use of taxpayer dollars, because I think that's an important thing to reflect on when we go on any kind of travel. We're expected to bring something back, and it was rich. It was very, it is an opportunity to share, get information about best practices, and I think we all came back with just such a sense of the opportunities out there and what we can do to further the issues and concerns of our constituents, which is always top of mind with me when I go out of state to hear something. It's like, what is this going to mean to the people who are living down the road from me? And there was plenty. It was very, very good. So thank you for that. And I did want to mention one thing is just sort of our talks and collaboration with the city on things like noise ordinances with the airport, which is somewhat of a minor issue, but it was a big conversation as the airport was developing, and as we reflect on the county's role with the city and what it takes to really, there are some things we need to do together and some things we don't need to do together, but we need to stay informed about. And one of those was the long-awaited concern that people in that area had always had, that an airplane would eventually crash into our neighborhood. And we are very sorry for the family of the pilot, and that the family that was living in the house that an airplane went down in the La Cienega area and did hit a residence, and fortunately the people were not home. But it is one of those issues that was always top of mind when you hear them, and they seem to be very close, and you can actually count the rivets on the bottom of the plane. All right, that might be a little hyperbole. That was an exaggeration. You can't really count them under the plane. They're not that close. But we actually have very close calls sometimes, and we've actually had an accident. So it's one of those issues that working with the city and the county, recognizing that we are neighbors and that governmental jurisdictions are just that. They're governmental, but that the boundaries are sometimes less important than our ability to address common issues or issues together. So that's pretty much all I want to share. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Bustamante. Commissioner Green?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too just got back from NACO. I arrived about an hour before this meeting, and thank you for patiently dealing with my brain fog right now. But some of the takeaways that I'd like to come up with to put out there from NACO, this was very valuable. You've heard me in the past bring up the idea of our capacity and our ability to go after federal money, and nothing was made more apparent to all of us out there was the plethora of federal funds and lots of federal agencies asking us to find uses for them. And some of the best practices that I heard about was the concept that is kind of being utilized at the state level, but might need to be utilized at the county or regional level, and I'd like to investigate this, which is sort of a federal money czar. Somebody that can be the point of contact within our organization that knows what's available, is continuously pinging the federal agencies, whether it is Department of Transportation, the Department of Energy for improvements in efficiency, DOT works on highway projects and bridge projects. The EPA has water and wastewater projects. The NTIA has broadband projects. And there are so many different agencies, it's very confusing. And to ask all of our individual groups and services within the county to know how and where to go get this money may be a little too confusing. And there may be an opportunity to fund a position with the goal of going out and getting millions and millions and millions of dollars. It'll pay back, this position will pay back and add to our capacity to go grant write, go get the funding secured, and to go administer that. Also in that same point, Santa Fe County is relatively well organized, but still not perfectly organized to this point. And I'm going to encourage us to potentially put together a regional federal opportunity summit, so that not only that we could help ourselves and all of our individual services within the county, but maybe our neighboring partners, that and that we would invite our neighboring partners and all of our county services to a summit maybe in the October month to know what is available, present this to the different communities that surround us, whether it's the cities or our neighboring counties, to go out and get some of these funding opportunities, then with a follow-on to say, okay, now how can we help these? And so I'm going to start toying with that idea, and I hope I have support of the commissioners and of staff to create this opportunity summit. Another thing that came up while we were there was Airbnb made a presentation, and they now have a technical support organization to help us work on our ordinances and how we administer our short-term rental program in the county. And they offered to work with us to take a look at what we've set up and to help give us some best practices. And as Commissioner Bustamante and I have promised, to potentially help us refine the ordinance in a way that could allow a second tier of imperfect housing, but perfectly good housing for vacation and experiential travel, that they have some language from other communities that might work in our on our behalf. Also, so those are some of the most top of mind things from the takeaways from NACO. I'll come up with some more in the next few days as I review my notes. We are having a ReadyNet summit here at the county on Friday afternoon. It is going to be a strategic planning summit. We are also meeting with the State Office of Broadband Equity and Expansion on Thursday, and they are doing an outreach program to the county to understand what our plans are going forward, and we're going to try to understand what their goals are going forward and how we can work together and be successful with some of the money that is flowing into New Mexico. As some of you may have heard, New Mexico has been granted $675 million. And if we don't go put a good plan together, we will get none of it. And so we're working potentially with our northern tribes to collaborate across the Amit area. And so that's one potential project, but I'm sure there's a project or two or three in each of our districts that, that could go to serve our communities. And lastly, it came to my attention that once upon a time, probably about 4 or 5 years ago, the Regional Coalition of Llano Communities presented an impact study of what Llano's impacts are on our community, both in terms of who lives where, who commutes how, and in terms of who is working from Llano. And I know this study is probably out of date, but if we could dig it up and understand where things were 5 years ago, we may be able to look at a refresh of that to understand a little bit of that impact right now and how we might move forward with some of that. Thank you, Madam Chair, and I look forward to working on all of these things with y'all.
Thank you very much. Yes, I was really happy to have a team from Santa Fe County with me at NACO for the last 5 or 6 years. I've gone by myself. Last year, Commissioner Hughes joined me, and it was really fun to have a group from Santa Fe County and for them to see how important NACO is and the abilities that we have there to find out resources. As many of you know, I am a vice chair of the Energy, Environment, and Land Use Committee, and one of the most interesting presentations was about producers' responsibility for recycling, and that PepsiCo in Colorado has a program that they are working on with the producers to enact responsible and make sure that their packaging is recyclable. And this group included PepsiCo, but General Mills, PG&E, or P&E, I mean, it was big companies. And it was really impressive. And so as we're working on our recycle resolution, I'm hoping that we can put some of that in there, because I think that the Producers Responsibility Act is really important, and that if we're going to get recycling done and we're going to clean up the environment, it has to start with the people who are producing it. There was a lot of exciting things that happened at NACO. Both of my resolutions were passed, which was a repeat of the legislative conference, which was my pollinator resolution to protect pollinators, and then, of course, a national historic places, and it was supporting legislation from Teresa Ledger Fernandez. Probably the most exciting thing that happened for me was that I was elected president of the Women of NACO, which now means that I have a national constituency and also more work. But part of my platform and what I want to help with Women of NACO is helping them write policy, being a policy wonk and somebody who likes to write policy or write resolutions, is to help women understand how important that is at NACO, because the real importance of NACO is that it is a lobbying organization, and getting them to lobby for what we want and what we believe is really important. The other committee I created was a Counties for Climate Accountability, and so working with women legislators from Michigan and there's a lot of opportunity. It's a one-year term, which is perfect, and I am honored to have been recruited and elected. This was not something I even went after, but Kay Cashin, who is in charge of the nominating committee for the whole board of NACO, recruited me and asked me to please be the president, and I'm honored to be able to serve in that position. On the point that Commissioner Green was making about Lanel and its impacts, Lanel is the wealthiest county in New Mexico and has, a huge 11 million, I believe, is their income. I could be wrong, but it could be much higher, but I think somebody mentioned that to me this morning, and I didn't really know. But the other problem is that their economy keeps going up, and the surrounding neighbors, ourselves, Santa Fe County, Rio Arriba County, Taos County, Sandoval County are the counties that are impacted by their workforce and many other things. And so I think a fair distribution and equal distribution among counties and cities that surround Los Alamos is a proper way to go. And I also believe that the Regional Coalition of Lanel Communities was completely the wrong vehicle and did not work and was not intended to benefit the communities around Lanel. It was a DOE organized organization. So I think there are ways that we could work with Los Alamos, and I think we need to talk about that, and I think they need to be aware of the impacts that they have on the counties that surround them, because it is not always positive. The other thing I attended was on July 17th. It was Archbishop John Wester had a day of recognition for Trinity downwinders who have been affected by the atomic bomb, and brief speeches were there. Our Representative Teresa Ledger Fernandez was there along with myself, and it was an important discussion that was had on the impacts of nuclear on New Mexico. And so with that, I am also a little tired and not quite as sharp as I could be from traveling, but it was an incredibly good conference, and there was a lot of good material presented, and I look forward to continuing our service in NACO. So next I will go to matters from other elected officials.
But first, perhaps.
First I'm going to go to, I'm sorry, I apologize. Once again, I should have gone right to you. I'm sorry, Commissioner Hughes.
Oh, that's okay. Yeah, just a couple things I wanted to report. Commissioner Hamilton and I went to the Reuse Center in the borders, El Dorado, and the other communities along 285 last week to see where they want their fence put, and thanks to Les Francisco, the fence is already in place. But it was really interesting to see how many people were there dropping stuff off and people picking stuff up, diverting a lot of stuff from the landfill, knickknacks and furniture and all sorts of things. The other thing I wanted to mention, fire is a big issue right now. We had a little fire in El Dorado, on Avenida El Dorado a couple weeks ago, and so people are interested in talking about evacuation routes out of El Dorado. talked to Deputy Chief Martin V. Hill, and he's willing to do a little workshop, which I think I'll set up for my district on evacuation, how to be ready, what to do if there's a fire that's blocking your normal route out of your community. Also met with Chief Black and Chief V. Hill last week to talk about the alert system, which I think we're still perfecting that, but appreciated the meeting. Interestingly, during our meeting, there was a fire on Route 14 that called both chiefs out of our meeting, and Gabe and I had to detour around through Galisteo to get back to town. So the wildfires are really an issue right now, for sure. The next Hour with Hank is August 1st at 5:30, and I also wanted to mention that the Northeast-Southeast Connector project is moving along, and I think the first of the redone roundabouts on Richards Avenue was completed and opened last week, and they'll soon be closing Richards at Dinosaur Trail to build the second roundabout on Richards Avenue. So I think we're just a little behind schedule, but basically moving along. And thanks to the Public Works Department and everybody involved with that project for keeping it moving. Thank you, Madam Chair. That's it for me.
Yeah, thank you. I want to also remind everyone that I have coffee and tea this Saturday at Reunity Resources, 10 a.m. Under the grandmother tree. And then also, I think with all these fires going on, I think it was really important to not forget that on the front page of today's paper, the Forest Service took blame and responsibility for the Cerro Pelado fire that happened in Jemez last year. It was a prescribed pile burn that was left unattended, and I want to thank Forest Supervisor Sanchez for calling me yesterday and giving me a heads up that they were responsible and that they were taking that responsibility. I find that a step in the right direction. And so with that, we will go on to other elected officials. Madam Clerk, and Madam Clerk also joined us in NACO, which was also very nice.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You all made me feel very welcome. It was my first time at NACO, and I did learn the Women of NACO line dance, so I'm ready, Madam President. So NACO was actually, as I would like to echo Commissioner Green, a lesson in don't leave money on the table. There were a lot of things we learned about in terms of money, including not just federal grants, but actually the insulin lawsuits that are going on where there was price fixing. And we, as an entity that had our own health insurance policy, can sue trying to get some of that money back, because I'm certain that there are folks in our county who were overcharged for insulin. Let's see. So for me, NACO was about, learning new things, what other people are doing. But it was also a place to see how New Mexico is ahead in election law, because Michigan just passed early voting. And many of those clerks were asking us as New Mexico clerks how we implement those new bills and changes. So we're, considering hosting a seminar and workshop for some of those clerks about how to implement early voting. So that's pretty exciting for us to think about best practices being, starting in New Mexico, but then traveling to other places. So I did want to bring up that there is an election coming up, and there is some confusion out there. If you are filing for public financing, through the city, you file with the city clerk. We have nothing to do with the public financing portion of the election. If you're running for city council, you would only file if you were not choosing to do public financing at the county clerk's office. That's August 29th, 9 to 5, and that's fairly strict statute. I did also want to mention that we were able to officially launch our online document self-serve portal, so folks in their pajamas at 2 a.m. can use their handy-dandy credit card, buy some documents, and have it emailed to them. So we're hoping that that will be efficient, transparent, and accessible government for folks who really want their real estate records. So we're very proud. It took us a long time to get that connected and get all 480,000 documents digitized and up on the website, but we now are officially digital. We are done. We've been working on this since 2004, and we can check that off our list. So thank you very much to the commissioners for supporting that initiative.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, County Commissioners, for all your updates. And now I believe we will go to matters from the County Attorney, Mr. Young.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. We do have a sizable agenda for tonight's executive session. There are around 7 items there. I would ask that we go into executive session to discuss threatened or pending litigation in which Santa Fe County is or may become a participant as allowed by Section 10-15-1 H7 NMSA 1978, and discussion of a purchase, acquisition, or disposal of real property or water rights is allowed by Section 10-15-1 H8 NMSA 1978, specifically including the National Prescription Opiate litigation, MDL 2804, in the U.S. District Court, Northern District of Ohio, Eastern Division, case number 117 MD 2804. Also, solid waste in the Valle Vista subdivision, potential acquisition of low-income apartment complex, the City of Santa Fe versus the Board of County Commissioners, Santa Fe County, New Mexico, First Judicial District Court, case number D-101-CV-2023-01555, concentrations of E. coli and discharge from City of Santa Fe's Paseo Real wastewater treatment plant, that's in NPDES permit number NM0022292. And then finally, acquisition of real property interest for the Santa Fe River Greenway project.
Do I have a motion to go into executive session?
Sure. Madam Chair, I'll move that we go into executive session to discuss the items mentioned by Attorney Young.
Second.
So I have a motion from Commissioner Hughes, a second from Commissioner Hamilton. May I please have a roll call vote?
Yes, Madam Chair. Commissioner Anna Hamilton.
Yes.
Commissioner Hank Hughes.
Yes.
Commissioner Justin Green.
Yes.
Commissioner Camila Bustamante.
Yes.
Chair Anna Hansen.
Yes, and we'll return by 5:30 or sooner. Okay. Thank you very much. We're in executive session.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico, Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army, retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the Correctional Facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us. Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety.
For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army, retired.
National Guard, combined service 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us. Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety.
For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army, retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard combined
holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us. Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety.
For you.
Retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragog, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard combined service 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us. Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety.
For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us. Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety.
For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us. Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety.
For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army, retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the Correctional Facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us. Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety.
For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army, retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us. Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety.
For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army, retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us. Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety.
For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the Correctional Facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us. Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety.
For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the Correctional Facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us. Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety.
For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragog, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army, retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the Correctional Facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us. Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety.
For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the Correctional Facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us. Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety.
For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the Correctional Facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us. Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety.
For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragog, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army, retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the Correctional Facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us. Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety.
For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragog, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army, retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us. Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety.
For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us. Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety.
For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the Correctional Facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us. Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety.
For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the Correctional Facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us. Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety.
For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Mark Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army, retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the Correctional Facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us. Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety.
For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us. Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety.
For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us. Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety.
For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army, retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the Correctional Facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us. Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety.
For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army, retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us. Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety.
For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez, United States Marine Corps.
Martin, United States Army retired.
Valentino Baca, United States Marine Corps.
Jeff Folgate, United States Air Force.
Kenneth Quintana, United States Army, and as well as New Mexico National Guard. Combined service, 24 years.
Santa Fe County is hiring. Every Tuesday, Public Works holds a rapid hire event at 102 Grant Avenue at 8:30 a.m. Also, the correctional facility holds a rapid hire event every Tuesday at 9 a.m. That is at 28 Camino Justicia. We have great jobs, great pay, and great benefits. Come work with us. Why do you work for Santa Fe County?
For my family.
For your safety.
For you.
For my community.
For the public.
For the community.
For the retirement.
To serve my community.
For my family.
For the outdoors.
David Crispin with the United States Marine Corps.
Jacqueline Beam, 519th Military Intelligence, U.S. Army.
Matthew Hernandez, United States Navy.
Keith Claxton, United States Navy.
Paul Portillo, United States Navy.
Robert Griego, U.S. Navy, Operations Specialist.
Chris Oakley, United States Navy, United States Marine Corps, State of New Mexico Army National Guard.
Melinda Medlin, United States Army.
Norman Aragod, U.S. Army National Guard.
Raven Nieto, United States Army.
Oscar Martin Lopez.
And stating that we did not discuss anything other than we went into executive session for.
I'm sorry.
Second.
We have a motion from Commissioner Green to come out of executive session, and we have a second from Commissioner Hamilton. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, next, Commissioner Hughes, did you want to make a motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion that we pass a resolution authorizing Santa Fe County to enter into settlement agreements with Walgreens, Hikma Pharmacies, Amil Pharmaceuticals, and KVK Tech, Incorporated to resolve the county's pending litigation, consolidated and currently pending in the Northern District of Ohio in regards to opioid litigation, MDL 2804, and authorizing the county manager to execute on behalf of the county all documents necessary or proper to effectuate the county's participation in the settlement agreements.
Second.
I have a motion from Commissioner Hughes. I have a second from Commissioner Hamilton. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, I want to ask if if the board would accept that we move a number 13, public hearing on administrative adjudicatory matters, to be heard next. Is that okay with the board?
That is okay with me.
It's fine with me.
Okay.
Madam Chair, may I offer a resolution number?
Oh yeah, one of those?
One of those. Item 11B will be resolution number 2023-082.
Okay, so I'm going to go to item number 13. Is Jose Larganaga available? Yes, there you are, Jose. Okay, if we could please have this presentation.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jose Laranaga, Building Development Supervisor with the Growth Management Department. Ahmed Obo, owner, requests approval of a Restaurant A liquor license to serve beer and wine with on-premise consumption only, with patio service. The site is located at 418 Old Las Vegas Highway. The property is zoned commercial neighborhood within Section 29, Township 16 North, Range 10 East, Commission District 4. Ahmed Obo is the owner of Jumbo Bobcat, which is located at 418 Old Las Vegas Highway. Mr. Obo is seeking approval of a Restaurant A liquor license to serve beer and wine with meals, including patio service. Jumbo Bobcat holds a current Santa Fe County business license. The zoning for this property is regulated by ordinance number 2016-9, the Sustainable Land Development Code. The site is zoned as commercial neighborhood. Appendix B use table illustrates the uses allowed within the above-mentioned zoning district, subject to all other applicable standards of the SLDC. The SLDC Appendix B use table allows for a restaurant with incidental consumption of alcoholic beverages as a permitted use within the commercial neighborhood subdistrict. The State Alcoholic Beverage Control Division granted preliminary approval of this request in accordance with Section 60-6B-4 NMSA of the Liquor Control Act. The Liquor Control Act requires the local option district to conduct a public hearing on the request to grant a Restaurant A liquor license at this location. In accordance with the Liquor Control Act, the BCC may disapprove the transfer of the license if the location is within an area where the sale of alcoholic beverages is prohibited by laws of New Mexico, the issuance would be in violation of a zoning or other ordinance, or the transfer would be detrimental to the public health, safety, or morals of the residents of the local option district. Growth Management staff has reviewed this request for compliance with pertinent code requirements and finds the following facts to support this submittal. The SLDC Appendix B use table allows for a restaurant with incidental consumption of alcoholic beverages as a permitted use within the commercial neighborhood subdistrict. The applicant has met the state of New Mexico requirements for noticing. The site is 5.5 miles from the nearest church and 5.2 miles from the nearest school. Staff recommends approval of a Restaurant A liquor license to serve beer and wine with meals with patio service to be located at 418 Old Las Vegas Highway. I stand for any questions, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Jose. Do we have any questions from the board? Commissioner Hamilton?
Yes, I actually don't have a question, but this is in my district, and if you guys haven't been there, I strongly recommend you go. It's an incredibly wonderful place, and it's just the perfect place for this kind of liquor, this kind of license. Will.
So would you like to make a motion?
Not until after you have the public hearing.
Oh, yeah, okay. Thank you. So with that, I would like to open it up for a public hearing. Okay, so seeing no one here for a public hearing, I'm going to close the public.
I think raise his hand.
Yeah, well, he gets to speak, and I'm going to let him come up and speak, but I just thought I would go directly to the public hearing and get that out of the way. Please come forward.
Mr.
And you're going to need to be sworn in.
All right, sir, please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
And for the record, before you testify, please state your name, your address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
My name is Ahmed Obo, and my address is at 2010 Serious Road. Yes, I do.
And that you're under oath?
What?
That you're under oath. Yes, that you, yes. Just say that when you. Okay.
Yes, I'm under oath.
Okay.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. Say something.
Please say welcome, and please say something or whatever you'd like to say to us.
Okay, well, I just, I'm so grateful for you accepting my application, and also I'm looking forward to serve as I've been doing with Jumbo Cafe, and I'm looking forward to continue with Jumbo Bobcat Bite. So, and I appreciate all of your support.
You're welcome. So, anything else? Okay.
I don't have anything else to say.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
So with that, I'm going to go to Commissioner Hamilton.
Yes, I'd like to move to approve this application.
And I'll second.
Okay, so I have a motion to approve from Commissioner Hamilton. I have a second from Commissioner Green. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it. Congratulations, Jumbo. You are now officially approved.
Thank you. Thank
Okay.
you all. Thank you.
Yes, of course. Okay. Now we will go back to number 12, where we have a number of items happening, and we'll go to A, which is presentation and public hearing on the Santa Fe County fiscal year 2025-2022 Infrastructure Capital Improvement Plan, ICIP. First of two public hearings, Growth Management Department, Max Hedren. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Chair and County Commissioners. I am Max Hendren. I'm the Capital Planner for the Growth Management Department. This request is to conduct the first of two public hearings for the Santa Fe County Infrastructure Capital Improvement Plan for fiscal years 2025 to 2029. The second public hearing will be held August 8th, when the Board of County Commissioners will be asked to adopt a resolution for the fiscal year 2025 to 2029 ICIP, including the county's top 5 capital projects. So the county annually updates, prepares, adopts, and submits a 5-year ICIP to the New Mexico Department of Finance and Administration. The ICIP is used to prioritize the capital projects over a 5-year span. And the ICIP is a subset of the long-range capital planning structure within the Santa Fe County's 20-plus year Sustainable Growth Management Plan. The SGMP outlines a 20-year capital improvement plan, a 10-year new development impact fee capital improvement plan, and the 5-year ICIP, Infrastructure Capital Improvement Plan. The ICIP is a planning tool. It's not a funding source. It outlines capital projects that are not fully funded, and it's provided to our New Mexico elected representatives for capital projects to be considered for capital outlay, and also provides other potential funding sources. The draft ICIP does not contain fully funded projects, and it does not contain every capital project in the capital budget that was adopted by the board in June. So in August of 2019, the capital planning process was adopted by the board through Resolution 2019-101. It's Exhibit A in your packet. It establishes a planning and assessment procedure for capital projects. Through this method, projects can be requested, vetted, planned, and prioritized based on the county's 4 strategic planning goals, the Sustainable Growth Management Plan, and other planning documents. This evaluation process helps to measure a project's efficacy in achieving the county's goals and priorities. The county's fiscal year 2025 to 2029 ICIP is due to the DFA by August 18th. So the source of our projects on this list is the final fiscal year 2024 to 2028 ICIP that was adopted by the board through resolution number 2023-09 on January 10th of 2023. That's Exhibit B. Also, an outreach to solicit capital project requests from county staff, elected officials, and commissioners was conducted between December 2022 and March of 2023. In addition, a virtual community outreach to solicit capital projects from the public and nonprofits was conducted on June 28th. So as a result of the outreach for capital projects, the Scoping Committee and the Capital Planning Committee met to consider all of the new projects. Exhibit D displays the new capital projects that were reviewed and scored in accordance with the capital planning process and were evaluated by factors like, does the project provide a basic need? A yes means the project is necessary for the county's functionality and it ranks higher. And will the project address the county's strategic goals of promoting a healthy, safe, and sustainable community and provide a proficient, transparent, and accessible government? And is the project shovel-ready and phased for successful completion? And is there staffing capacity to implement and successfully complete a capital project in a timely manner? So staff recommends that several projects that are included in the fiscal year 24 to 2020, the 2024 to 2028 ICIP, which is Exhibit B, be removed from the draft fiscal year 2025 to 2029 ICIP, along with removing some of the capital projects that are on the fiscal year 2024 new capital projects list. That's Exhibit D. And primarily because the projects or a defined phase of the project is fully funded, it's scheduled for completion, or it's recognized as no longer necessary. So these removed projects are all identified in Exhibit C. The draft fiscal year 2025 to 2029 ICIP is Exhibit E. It includes all the capital projects that are not recommended for removal and sorted by the basic need and the project score. There are still a few capital projects that are on the draft ICIP that the committee needs to evaluate. So between now and August and the August 8th board meeting, the committee will evaluate all the remaining proposed capital project requests. We will prioritize the projects based on basic need, planned year, rank, and make recommendations concerning the top 5 projects. The action that we request is to conduct the public hearing. There is no formal action required on this item. And along with subject matter experts, we do stand for questions and comments.
Thank you, Max. I'm going to go to the public hearing first, and then I'll go to commissioners. So I don't see Daniel here, so I am assuming there is nobody online to make comments about public hearings.
Madam Chair, there was one of my constituents who expressed interest in speaking to this, so I don't know if she was going to be online.
Okay, well, Daniel?
Madam Chair, we do have Andra Hench.
Okay. Please let her open it up, and then I'll have Yvonne swear her in.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, ma'am. All right. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And for the record, before you testify, please state your name, address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
My name is Audra Hansche. That's Hansche. I live at 37 Camino Cerro Escondido, and that's in Rancho Viejo. And I understand that I am under oath.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a statement prepared.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Good evening. I'm speaking in support of a Rancho Viejo Senior and Community Center. I've lived in Santa Fe for 8 years. I moved to Rancho Viejo in August of 2015 and started the Rancho Viejo Ladies Group in March of 2016. We had 16 ladies attending the first luncheon at Panera Bread. Currently, there are 165 members. We have a social lunch once a month, usually at, yes.
Audra, it might be a good idea if you turn off your camera because you're kind of breaking up.
Okay.
So please continue.
Thank you. We have a social lunch once a month, usually at a restaurant. Book club meetings are every other month. We do service projects and other activities presented by our members that happens throughout the year. Our holiday party every December poses a challenge in finding a place comfortable enough, driving distance, location, parking, accessibility, and acoustics can be problematic. Our first 4 years, we were able to use a conference room located at offices inside our Rancho Viejo community. This is no longer available to us. Other venues require rental fees and sometimes insurance. Since I do not collect dues, this has become an issue. Finding a place to socialize and gather for events and presentations has become a real challenge. The age range of our members is 57 to 87. We could be doing so much more if we had a place to call home. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, do we have anyone else online, Daniel, for a public hearing?
Madam Chair, yes, we have 2 more signups. We have Linda Venturoni.
Okay. My name is Linda Venturoni, and I live at 8. I'm sorry.
You need to be sworn in first.
Okay.
All right, Linda, please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
And now, for the record, before you testify, please state your name, your address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
Okay. My name's Linda Venturoni, and I live at 8 Silver Rock Road, and I understand I am under oath. Okay, can I proceed with a statement?
Yes, please.
Okay. My name's Linda Venturoni, and I've been living in Rancho Viejo for the past 7 years. I want to speak to the need for a senior/community center in the area. As you know, there's been a lot of growth in this area, and there will be a lot more in the future. And the area has attracted a lot of retirees, age 60 and older. In fact, residents in Rancho Viejo who are age 60 and over account for over a third of the population. I looked it up in the census tract and found that we were at 37.4% of the people in Rancho Viejo are over 60. So this is significantly higher than state and national 60-plus population percentages. There's a strong sense of community in this area, and you just heard from Audra. She's actually done a lot to build that sense of community. The Rancho Viejo Ladies Group has provided great opportunities for the neighbors to get to know each other and participate in a variety of activities and projects. We are lacking meeting space and the sense of place that a senior and community center could provide. So we urge the Board of County Commissioners to highly prioritize this project. I thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, Daniel.
Madam Chair, our next speaker is Chris Jamieson.
Ms. Jensen.
Okay.
Could you
Hello.
please-
Yes.
Could you please be sworn in?
Sure.
All right. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
And for the record, before you testify, please state your name, your address, and that you are under oath for your testimony to be considered valid.
My name's Chris Jamieson. I live at 7 Camino Puerta Solita, and I understand that I'm under oath.
Thank you.
I also have a prepared statement. I'm speaking in support of the Rancho Viejo Senior and Community Center also. I've lived in Rancho Viejo for 5 years. I moved here right after I retired. I'm an active participant in the ladies group, and this group has introduced me to a real community here, and I've made really good friends through this group. I want to speak a little bit beyond that, though. I think a senior community center in close proximity to Rancho Viejo or in Rancho Viejo would strengthen this community. There are many people, as Linda said, over 60 living here. In addition, the development and growth in South Santa Fe County will provide services and a place to gather and learn far beyond the Rancho Viejo development. So I also urge support for this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Daniel, do we have anyone else who wishes to speak?
Madam Chair, I don't see anybody else wanting to speak during public comment.
Okay, I'm going to close public comment and go to the commissioners. I will start with Commissioner Hamilton.
I don't actually have any questions for Max or for, I think one of the strengths we have developed over recent years, frankly, since you and I have been commissioners, is this progressive improvement in the whole ICIP process, which includes what has now become a much more structured and formal committee-driven assessment process, which I think is really to everybody's benefit. And I think what I appreciate about what's recommended in having in the ICIP list as it's been presented is that kind of new to have made the good recommendations of pulling things off for the reasons presented. They don't need to be there anymore. They've already been funded. And so I think we actually have a good list. So I kind of I guess I'm speaking in support of the process because except for over the years a few kind of amusing exceptions, right? The vast majority of projects that are put on the list are really, really important, right? What we now are mitigating to a certain extent of who speaks more strongly for a project or who I don't know, has more power or more pull, is to keep replacing projects that have been moving up over time and have been scored. Like the whole scoring process gives priority to projects that are more critical, more important for public safety and health and safety, et cetera, et cetera. And so while there are times to subvert any process when something of such critical importance, I think we have a good list.
Thank you, Commissioner Hamilton. Commissioner Hughes.
Thank you. I just have a couple of questions, and I'm looking at Exhibit E, which I think is the final, or not the final, but I mean the list. So my first question is, I understand that well, I guess my first question is, does the order of the projects on the list mean anything at this point? Did you score some of them? I don't see the scores, so are they in order of importance or not yet?
Madam Chair and Commissioner Hughes, they are in order of scores. There's a score listed, and they're ranked high to low, and with the yes basic need is first, and then the no is below the yes, and they're ranked high to low on the scores. That is Exhibit E, and there's no really true structure at this point. That's just the way we thought that we would present it to you today.
Okay, now I see the score. Okay, so they are ranked by according to score.
And basic need.
And basic need. Well, basic need is either a yes or a no. Gotcha. Okay, and all these projects, are there any projects on here that you're recommending taking off, or you've already taken off the ones you want to take off?
All the projects that we recommended removal are on Exhibit C.
Okay, and none of Exhibit C made it onto Exhibit E, right?
None of them.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Green.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Max. I appreciate staff's listening to us to bring new projects to this as a new commissioner. some things that were brought to my attention, and ideas that came from staff that resonated with me have appeared in this, and I think there's a great opportunity to move forward with some of these. But circling back to what we found at NACO, is that I think that there's an opportunity for us in the next generation of this to start looking at prioritizing projects based on the opportunity to go get federal funding for these things. So some things are going to be things that we might come out of general fund. Some things might be things that are going to be state funding that we can go to the ICIP sort of solution. But having a new category of things that are prioritized by what federal source. So if it's a DOT, if it's a transportation project, if it's a wastewater project, it's probably the EPA. If it's a broadband project, it's probably NTIA, and so on. And that might give us a little more oomph behind prioritizing things in these next few years to get them teed up to get funding for that. And so just those two thoughts along this, I think this is a great list, and I look forward to voting for it.
Commissioner Bustamante.
Max, thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair. I see the La Cienega Transportation Safety Plan, but that was to include the Galisteo area as well, and I don't see that on there. And I do have a question about the removal, so just noting that, and then going back to exhibit, is it E that has those? No.
C.
C, where, let me open my tabs. I just have a question on the ramifications of the removal for the Edgewood apparatus bay. I'm not familiar with what transpired in having that removed, and understand that that cannot continue, and I'm wondering if there are, and Madam, it's not, it says that there's a design issue with an outlay of the building. So I'm not sure what the ramifications are if we're not able to do that.
Okay, Madam Chair and Commissioner Bustamante, this information came from the Chief Black. There was a design, and because of where the building was situated, there's no room for another apparatus, is my understanding. So that's why this project was removed from the list.
Okay, thank you, Max. Will that, so I understand that's why it's removed. What are the safety ramifications? How does it affect their operations is my question.
Yeah, Madam Chair and Commissioner Bustamante, I don't know. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Bustamante, PG Montano, Public Works. From my understanding from Chief Black, is that they were able to house the apparatus at another facility, and it would not, I guess it wouldn't provide any negative support, not having it there. We did look at this. There was a design that was requested to actually extend for the apparatus and extend the facility, but on the lot itself, it would not be able to accommodate that with the space needs.
Okay. So, Madam Chair and PJ, and Max, to reiterate, it doesn't have any negative effect on their operations. It will be moved to another location.
According to,
would not be
yes.
accommodated on the site due to geography in that particular area, but it will be at another facility.
Yes, according to Chief Black, it would not provide any negative impact to the facility.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Any other questions?
Yes, Madam Chair. Sorry, I have another question.
Okay, go ahead.
So Max, how are we, and I know we did this last year, but how do we select the first five? How do you select the 5 priorities?
So, Madam Chair, if I could, Max, I'm sorry to jump in. So, staff will provide you with recommendations, based upon, our analysis, of the criteria used to score the projects, but also any other factors that may be germane in terms of continuation of potential ongoing projects, what have you. We'll also reach out between now and the next meeting to our state legislative delegation to see if they can provide us with any spending priorities that they may have going into the session, water, roads, what have you, so that we'll have that data to provide you as well. And then ultimately, how you rank them is a board decision. But to sum up, we will be using primarily the scoring criteria, but then we'll overlay that with considerations about what legislators may have as a priority in terms of their spending allocations, and then also, other factors that, may not have been captured by the scoring itself. But we'll lay all that out for you in a memo. But ultimately, the top 5 projects, again, is for the board to choose. I hope that answers your question.
Yes. So I guess I have a comment, because when I look down the scoring list, the first 2 projects in District 5 are actually countywide projects. I mean, the public housing upgrades in Valle Vista, and then the adult funding for recreational yard construction. Those are very important projects, but those are countywide projects. I'm wondering, are we limited to a top 5, or should we do 1 for each district and then a couple of countywide ones? Because I'm afraid what will happen this year is what happened last time, which is that if we rank one of the countywide projects as the number 1 choice for District 5, that'll be fine, but then the legislators will say, yes, but what do your constituents want? And I can guarantee you that the rec yard at the Alt Detention Center is not top of mind in any of my constituents' brains, and so that won't get funded. Something else will get funded. So I just wonder if we shouldn't have a countywide category so that we can lobby both for things that our constituents want that affect their lives directly, like we heard about the senior center, which probably won't be the number 1 choice this time, but eventually that will be. And then some choices that are countywide, so that we can sort of lobby for those as well as countywide projects.
Max, I'll go ahead and take a stab at that. So I believe the local government division requires that you have a top 5 list of projects. What money is actually requested, or what capital outlay requests are submitted to the legislature, that's a different issue. And you could, in theory, submit for everything on the ICIP. It wouldn't be a particularly effective strategy. But you could submit multiple capital outlay requests beyond your top 5, and historically, that's where we've endeavored to try and pick, what I'll call community-driven projects, is to suggest that the individual commissioners select 1 or 2 specific projects from their district, in addition to the 5 projects that were chosen, by the board as a body. So to sum up, it's required that you have a top 5. It doesn't. There's no requirement from a local government division how you select those, but you're not limited to requesting capital outlay for those top 5 projects. You can, and in the past we have, in fact, requested funding for other projects, again, primarily selected by individual commissioners to best represent the needs of their district. I hope that answers the question.
Yeah, no, that does, and I think that makes sense. So we have to have a top 5, but I think maybe going into the legislative session, we should perhaps internally have our own top 10 or something, so that we do get funding for all the ones that we really care about. But that we can talk about that later, obviously. I think that answers my question. Thank you.
Thank you. So for the last 6 years, maybe 6.5, I have advocated for the Agua Fria Village utility sewer expansion. That is the most important thing that I care about in this list. There is nothing more important. It is public health and safety. It is groundwater protection. And for some reason, it is not getting the due that it deserves at the legislature. And I don't know why that is. I have lobbied. I will continue to lobby. When I saw the governor a couple weeks ago, I expressed to her that this was an important project. And she said, well, you need to have it to be number 1 on your list. Well, you know, it's number 2 because I'm in District 2, so it gets to be the top 1 in that top 5. But, you know, this is something that, you know, I look at the list and I see it says we have 7,496. That means we can do 7 streets, maybe. And you're asking for another 15 million? Is that on top of the 7 million?
Madam Chair, the 15 million is the total project costs.
That can't be true.
Madam Chair, that whole column is going to be updated. It has to be updated. What we have here is exactly what was on the 2028 to 2020,
Okay.
2024 to 2028 fiscal year ICIP. This column does need to be updated before the next county board meeting.
Okay.
Madam Chair, Paul Coleman, Utilities Director. Nice to meet you all. You are correct. It'll take at least another $15 million to complete this project through all 38 streets.
In addition to the 7 million.
That's correct, Madam Chair.
Okay. So I still don't think those numbers are quite correct. And I think to complete this project will probably take more than that. But, you know, this is incredibly important to my constituents. They have been asking for this for 50 years or longer, since 1950. They deserve to have sewers, you know, and as you can well tell from the letters that we're getting now from constituents who are clearly upset that they're not being listened to. And, you know, I will do everything I can to get as much money as possible, but I need another 10 million to get any, and we can spend 10 million in 1 year. There's no problem. And like Commissioner Green said, there's lots of money out there. We need to go after it and get it. We can't just depend, obviously, on the legislature, because there is money out there for sewers, and so we need to go find it. And that's all you're going to hear from me for the next year and a half, is how important these sewers are, and, you know, that they need to be installed. So besides that, I don't have really anything else to say. I think it deserves to be higher ranked on the list because of the community need that exists and the impact. I mean, Lopez Lane, we have a man with a cesspool where sewage is being spilled into the neighbor's yard because of the laterals and because there is not enough capacity because it's so old. So I think as a responsible government, we need to be taking care of our community and making sure that we're protecting our groundwater. So I'm hoping that number goes up, and I'm hoping we figure out some federal way to look for some money for sewers. Okay. If there's no other questions, we'll have another update in a couple weeks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners.
Thank you all.
Okay, next, we'll go on to a resolution adopting Santa Fe County Affordable Housing Plan as approved by the New Mexico Mortgage Finance Authority, thus enabling Santa Fe County to establish a affordable housing ordinance to promote affordable housing in Santa Fe County. Welcome, Ms. Benzavita, and yay.
Yay. Thank you so much, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Tonight we are here seeking approval of a resolution. That resolution will adopt our affordable housing plan, which you all know we've been working on for quite some time. We're happy to be here tonight. I want to start first of all by thanking our committee members for all of their time in attending meetings with us, for their suggestions, changes, just everything that they went through with us for many, many weeks. So I really want to give a huge thank you to the committee members. I believe we had around 35 committee members of various different entities, bankers, just different entities. So I really want to thank them as well. And I also want to thank Carlos Gamora from Site Southwest, who's here with us tonight. He's the third party who put together the plan for us. It's a large plan, so I definitely want to thank Carlos, and he'll be going over items in the plan with us here shortly. I also want to take some time to just mention that we're currently in process of looking for funding sources. We're going to be following up with putting together a budget for each of the programs that would be established on behalf of this affordable housing plan. Site Southwest is also currently working with us as the third party to amend Chapter 13 and the inclusionary zoning codes along with growth management so that we can improve on our coding so that we can get developers and developments through the process as quickly as possible. And so we're working on those items. And so I'm going to invite Carlos up to just go through a little bit of the plan with us, and then we can follow up thereafter with questions.
Thank you. Thank you. Welcome, Carlos.
Hi, Commissioners. Thank you very much. As Denise said, my name is Carlos Gamora. I work at planning firm Site Southwest. Really happy to be talking with you all this evening. This has been a multi-year effort. As Denise was saying, there's been a great deal of support from staff, also a great deal of support from a lot of community partners. The purpose of this plan is twofold. One, it establishes compliance with the Affordable Housing Act. It's required to have an Affordable Housing Act in order to provide services and support related to affordable housing. So that's one of the main things that this establishes. It allows the county to provide support and services for affordable housing. The second part of this plan is that it recommends strategies to get more affordable housing and provides a foundation to start implementing potential affordable housing strategies. That's the main purpose of this plan. That's what this plan establishes. Two of the findings, as many of you know, housing is unaffordable for the majority of Santa Fe County citizens and growing more so. One number we found was that 90% of community members don't have incomes that are high enough to support single-family homes in Santa Fe County, or the average single-family home. We also found that there's not enough supply of housing. There's just not enough units within Santa Fe County, which means kind of this game of musical chairs, where if other people are coming in, existing residents are moving out. A lot of severe community impacts because of a lack of supply. The recommendations in this plan mainly revolve around trying to incentivize affordable housing, trying to remedy some of the existing regulatory barriers regarding land use and affordable housing policies, and to expand and strengthen some of the housing action programs. Those are the main kind of things we have here. Again, this plan is a foundational plan, so it's providing that data, it's providing the legal support, and it's providing some of that foundation for programs. But this plan itself is not actually establishing those. As Denise was saying, those are coming after this plan. Yeah, and I'm available for questions.
Thank you. Questions? Commissioner Green?
Pardon me. Thank you, Denise, and thank you, Carlos, and thank you, Paul, and thank you, Jordan, and thank you, everybody that's been working on this. It's been a long haul, And the only real benefit that I can see that it's taken this long is that I get to put my name on it, and it didn't happen with the last commission. So, but wonderful. Thank you very much. So, but I did get to ask a couple comments in an earlier iteration of this, and so one of the, I think there's two questions. One, general updates or changes that you might have made since the last time, if you have any specific areas that you could point out either through public comment or through comments that we made from the dais. And then I'll ask the second question, which is related, which is I had asked specifically about the ADU. And then let me put a third part to this, is we just got back from Austin, which seemed to have, at least in the parts of Austin that we explored, seemed to have two, a sort of housing mix that is not what we make here. And not to say that their housing mix is perfect, but it seemed like they were doing a mixture of housing that seemed to be addressing both in being more attractive and more urban in its, not towers, but instead of 2- and 3-story gated apartment complexes, these were urban, full-block, walkable communities with a mixed-use sort of profile to them. And then they did do single-family homes, but they also did homes with ADUs and homes with duplexes, triplexes, and fourplexes. And I sort of hope you can address sort of where in this, and then maybe some follow-on steps that we may be able to take to address the ADU as a concept, maybe even putting ADUs as a requirement in development plans. So sort of inclusionary housing at the very simplified individual home site. And then whether it's apartment complexes that are ground floor commercial and community use, and then upper story residential. So.
Just really quick, Commissioner, we did add a sentence at your request that referenced Los Alamos. So that is currently in the plan. In addition, I think we've made just some minor changes, some formatting, a few things. I think I'll let Carlos talk to a table that he updated. But other than that, no major changes since we last spoke about the plan. Just the addition of the sentence regarding Lano. And I think that's it, correct, Carlos?
Yeah, as far as changes, I wouldn't say that there's any real substantive changes. There have been clarifying changes to some of the tables. One table had a typo, we corrected that. There was some other, I think there might have been some legal language or some language from MFA that again, didn't really substantively change the intent of the plan, but was trying to clarify some of the aspects of that.
In addition, Commissioner, I will mention that we are currently in discussion regarding ADUs. We do have a loan program that we're working on that will assist with ADUs. So we are partnering with Growth Management in discussions of ADUs. So we hope to bring something forward. I know it's something that's on your plate, so we are definitely looking and discussing ADUs currently.
And Commissioner, as far as ADUs, I know that I believe it's page 76 is a section that talks about accessory dwelling units. I mean, the plan didn't get so specific that it was really recommending specific, kind of specific housing types, more just laying out that smaller housing types on more compact types of land can definitely achieve affordable housing. So we put together some pro formas that we're kind of looking at. When you think about the 2,000 square foot single family home on an acre, there's no way to actually make that an affordable unit. But when you start to make that more compact, when you start to get to 10 dwelling units per acre, 20 dwelling units per acre, when you start to shrink the size of the structure, it can bring down the price drastically, right? And so that's a kind of non-subsidized way of lowering the cost of housing. It's a regulatory change. So I think exactly as you're saying, trying to create more of those incentives inside the code, trying to have less of the barriers to smaller units, I think is exactly what this plan is recommending. How that plays out within SLDC amendments and things like that, that would be a different question. And of course, that would be something that would be coming before the BCC.
Thank you. One of my concerns in the, I find that a lot of our transplants and our incoming population are usually the first to buy the single-family house on a small lot. They're coming from California or Texas, and they're downsizing, and they're okay with a 2,000 square foot or 1,800 square foot home, and they can pay premium dollars for it, even though that is, quote, a small lot and on a small property. And I'm wondering if there's ways that we can really look at making sure that those, if you're going to buy one of those, that it also includes the ADU on site, built at time of development, right? And so you want your downsizing little place, that's great. There's no requirement that you would have to rent that to anybody, right? That could be your Pilates studio, it could be your little home office sort of thing, but it also could be, because it's built at the same time, an affordable way to bring people onto your property. It's a yes in my backyard YIMBY solution, and it's the lower impact solution than a single use apartment complex.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Commissioner, that Paul Olafson with the Community Development Department, that is exactly the type of thing we're looking at with this study of the SLDC and ways we might make adjustments and to be as flexible and creative. And talking to your other comment about, full city block and the multiple housing types and typologies that could be mixed together. So that the plan enables us in part to continue that discussion, but I think those exact specifics won't come out of the plan, they'll come out of our next steps of looking at not only the SLDC, but all the other tools that we might have to bring more housing, specifically affordable housing, forward to really support our community.
That's wonderful, thank you.
Other comments?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have any other comments other than thank you for working on this and bringing it forward. It's been a lot of effort, and I appreciate all the work of the volunteers and everybody who participated, and I look forward to what comes after this, the actual implementation of the programs.
On the side, okay, just once again, fee in lieu, making sure that we deal with that. Either we raise it, we get rid of it, preferably we get rid of it. So I know that won't come, that's probably not now, that's next, but another item I will drive home, something I have been opposed to for a good 20 years.
Yeah, Madam Chair, Paul Olafson again. Yes, and we did discuss that in the previous Housing Authority Board meeting, but for the record here, yes, we did hear you loud and clearly, and that will be an item we're definitely looking at, especially in the SLDC.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Commissioner Green?
Seeing no further comments, I'd make a motion to adopt this resolution of the Santa Fe County Affordable Housing Plan as approved by the New Mexico Mortgage Finance Authority, thus enabling Santa Fe County to establish an affordable housing ordinance to promote affordable housing in Santa Fe County.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Commissioner Green and multiple seconds. I think Commissioner Hughes, Commissioner Bustamante, Commissioner Hamilton. Okay, under discussion, the one other item is making sure that we have money when we go to do the money, we have money for people to connect to sewers, and that we have money for grinder pumps, we have money for well metering, many of the things that low-income people cannot afford. So I just wanted to make sure we got that on the record. And with that, I will call for the vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. Yay. It's only taken us, how long have you been on the commission, Commissioner Hughes?
I think it's 2.5 years since we passed the resolution.
Okay,
to
good job.
ask for this resolution.
Thank you for waiting for me.
And Madam Chair, if I could add one thing on this. So I think were you voting on the resolution for that, which is 12B?
Yes, we are.
Okay, and then we also have on the agenda 12C, which is the ordinance.
Right,
So
I
that
saw
will be the
that.
next item. Okay, just clarifying that.
So I'm going to go on to 12C, which is an ordinance adopting the 2023 Santa Fe County Affordable Housing Plan and establishing the Santa Fe County Affordable Housing Assistant Grant and Loan Ordinance pursuant to the New Mexico Affordable Housing Act and the New Mexico Mortgage Finance Authority rules, repealing and replacing ordinances number 2009-14 as amended and 2011-3 as amended. Ms. Benavides.
Thank you again, Madam Chair, Commissioners. We are seeking approval of the ordinance here tonight. The ordinance to establish the housing plan will assist us in promoting affordable housing, which we do daily, but we want to get out there and be more active and diligent and see what we can accomplish in Santa Fe County as far as affordable housing.
Yay.
Yay.
So do we have any comments?
Madam Chair, I just want to ask whoever wants to answer this, why do we have a resolution and an ordinance adopting the Affordable Housing Plan? I understand why the ordinance includes the other programs, but why is adopting of the Affordable Housing Plan included in a resolution and an ordinance?
Yeah, and I can defer to legal, but I believe the reason, Commissioner Hughes, is because there's recording that needs to get done, and I think that resolution allows us for recording. I'll defer to legal.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Hughes, so the ordinance establishes sort of the overarching plan or provides a framework, I guess, for the affordable housing grant and loan ordinance required by statute. And although that ordinance talks about implementing a plan, it doesn't actually attach a plan for that. And some jurisdictions may actually approve the plan and then approve an ordinance sometime later. In this sequence, what the board was asked to do is to approve a resolution adopting the plan itself, and then secondly and separately, which requires a public hearing, the ordinance to implement the framework for the affordable housing assistance grant and loans that the county can provide.
Thank you, and I guess that, as you mentioned the word public hearing, I guess, Madam Chair, should we have a public hearing? I don't think anybody's here to speak to it, but
We had a public hearing.
on the ordinance?
Yes. Haven't we had the public hearing?
So, Commissioner, Madam Chair and Commissioners, the ordinance, this is actually the public hearing for the ordinance.
Okay.
As stated under item
Okay,
12.
I apologize.
And Madam Chair, the Commissioners did authorize title and general summary
Right, okay.
the last month, so thank you.
Okay, I didn't need to do a public hearing for the resolution, right? Okay, so now, before we adopt this, we will do a public hearing. So is there anybody from the public who wishes to speak on this ordinance? Daniel, do you have anyone online?
Madam Chair, I don't see anybody online that would like to speak.
Okay. Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. And any other, so the public hearing is closed. Any other comments from the commissioners? What's the pleasure of the board?
I move to adopt the ordinance 2023, whatever number it's going to be, of for the 2023 Santa Fe County Affordable Housing Plan and establishing the Santa Fe County Affordable Housing Assistance Grant and Loan Ordinance pursuant to the New Mexico Affordable Housing Act and the New Mexico Finance Authority rules, repealing and replacing ordinance number 2009-14 as amended and 2011-3 as amended.
Second.
So I have a motion from Commissioner Green, and I have a second from Commissioner Hughes and Hamilton. And could I please have a roll call vote?
Of course, Madam Chair. Commissioner Camila Bustamante?
Yes.
Commissioner Justin Green?
Yes.
Commissioner Hank Hughes?
Yes.
Commissioner Anna Hamilton?
Yes.
And Chair Anna Hansen?
Yes. Yay. Long time coming. Congratulations, everybody, for all your hard work. Paul, Jordan, Carlos, Denise. Don't know the lawyer's name sitting back there.
Enrique.
Enrique, I'm sorry. I'm a little tired still. And all the commissioners and the county manager and the county attorney, Jeff, and everyone who has worked on this, because it has been a monumental effort. And I see you standing there, so I bet you would like to say something, Paul.
Madam Chair, you just said all the thank yous I was going to try and make, and I want to thank the board as well for the support and the direction and the commitment to this important element for our community. And so thank you all.
Yes, I hope you'll send the plan to the New Mexican, and they will actually write about our affordable housing plan, because I think we have produced something really good.
Nick said he was going to watch it on TV, so I think he'll write something about it.
Okay.
Madam Chair, may I recommend that we have a press statement that helps them with some of the highlights into this? That would give them some good, it's a long plan and you never know what they're going to write, but if we highlight what is important to us, that would be great. And
I do. I think that's important. I think direction about doing more press releases and getting more press out into the paper about the positive things that Santa Fe County does for its community and its constituents is always a good thing. So with that, it looks like we are at the end.
Madam Chair?
Yes, I need.
May I offer a few numbers?
Yes.
Resolution for item 12B, resolution number 2023-083, and the ordinance under 12C is ordinance number 2023-05.
Oh, we're making a lot of progress. We have more ordinances done this year than I can remember in a long time. At least I think so. Which is a great thing. So thank you, everybody. With that, can I have a motion to adjourn unless the county manager has anything else, announcements or anything?
I move we adjourn.
Okay.
I'll second.
Okay. We are adjourned.